Okay, juniors, we are 5 minutes out, so seniors, we should start seeing some animals here fairly shortly as the show's going to start at 9.
You wanna live in a world with no more dying. You're counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turn to hours, turn to days. And it's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? I wanna sign up for every kind of rebirth, atomize my essence down to black earth and rain, blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? It seems like everyone is praying for eternal life. burning hills of Zion, betting on an afterlife to try on today. Fear guides the hand of a broken down young man, and we all need a piece of land to die on, they say, but it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a So you wanna live in a world with no more dying? Maybe I've been trying, only trying just to say, did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? And we can't waste ourselves in waiting for eternal life.
Well, good morning, juniors, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a bit past 9. We're getting close to showtime here. Got our judges, Aaron Birch and Joey Barnett, here to adjudicate for us today. We're going to change things a little bit. If you got a program, the seniors are all going to come in one split. So we'll have 8 seniors in the ring to start our showmanship here right away soon. They're just getting lined up out here. We'll be kicking her off here right away. Anybody needing a program for today's show, we have them here under the tent. If you want to come and grab one, you can grab one right in here. Okay, we got everybody here now. We're going to start them into the ring. This is your senior showmanship coming in. They're all coming as one class coming into the ring. Leading off, Jocelyn Kennedy from Omemee, Ontario. Caden Martin, Markdale, Ontario. Austin Porter, Wainwright, Alberta. Leah Post, Alma, Ontario. Emma Qualley, Rose Valley, Saskatchewan. Madison Robertson, Neepawa, Manitoba. Laura Seward, Darlingford, Manitoba, and Carson Zwambag, Glencoe, Ontario. These are our seniors here at their show. We'll get the show going now with Aaron and Joey out there doing the officiating for us today. I'll tell you more about them as we get into the show. Also helping out in the ring today, we got Naomi Best and Cedar Hain working as our ring persons for the show here this morning. Sponsoring the Senior Showmanship Champion Division is Opal Stock Farm. Michael McCann is here from Ontario, and Bar Diamond K is doing the reserve senior show person. You can see our photographer, Jill Renton, here today. She's kind of blending in today. She's not in her bright pink like we usually see her as, so she's kind of blending in, but she's our photographer, has been for several of these shows, and we sure appreciate the snaps that she gets and the fact that she does come and support the juniors the way she does. Like I said earlier, for those who weren't here at the time, if you want a program for what's going on out here today, there are some here under the tent on the bleachers here, so you can just come and help yourselves. We really do appreciate the job that Joey and Aaron are doing out here. They're speaking individually to each one of the exhibitors out here, and I think the exhibitors will learn more by that fact that they're telling them, they're helping them out in their showing techniques when they're talking to them. I've heard a couple of the questions here, and you bet it's certainly a pleasure to watch these two show, or to help the show people out while they're judging their job that they're doing. These two guys have showed cattle up and down the road and all over the country and done a great, great job. So we're certainly pleased to have them here helping us out today. Like I said, I'll tell you more about them as we get into the show. Joey wrote me a book here to talk about them. So.
Once I found me a woman who treated me unfair, and I woke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. And I see when it was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state, saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went insane. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. I came back down from that mountain, I had to get me a job, working behind the counter, selling gas and soda pop. One afternoon I was bothered, because those nights never end. Now they just sent me back up onto that mountain again. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around.
There we have it. We'll have some comments from our Judge Joey, and we'll give you the placings as they stand here afterwards.
That's all I got. Ooh, we're real Yeah. This is going to be difficult for me. I'm a bit of a walker when I talk, so I'm on a short leash today. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Soggy, Saskatchewan. It's a pleasure for Aaron and I as Saskatchewan beef producers to welcome you here. You've got a large eastern contingent by the sounds of things and some cattle from the further west, and it's awesome to welcome you to the heart of Saskatchewan. It's such a pleasure for Aaron and I to be asked to spend the day with you. We are huge promoters and supporters of all things junior cattle, regardless of the breed, and so any opportunity that we're provided to interact with young people in this setting is certainly something we don't take lightly, and something that we're just truly honored by. And so our thanks to your committee and your breed for putting your trust in us for the day to spend some time with your young people. As we get started in senior showmanship this morning, I think the important thing for Aaron and I to point out is that we're going to give some comments on each of the age groups at the conclusion. We're not going to give away all of our trade secrets right out of the gate. Following sort of the conclusion of showmanship classes this morning, we'll give some real nitty-gritty tips and tricks that we're really after. One thing I will say that I really appreciate, every halter in this class has its clip on the right way. That's something that for us is really important. The clip on your halter needs to be pointed outwards. After that, we start to look at things like posture and presence, and then you're presented with an additional challenge of ring size today. You're sort of in tight quarters here, and there's a large group of cattle, and so we're looking closely at how you navigate that. When you're in a large ring, you need to make sure you're not going too far out. But when you're in a smaller ring, you need to make sure that you're really getting yourself out to the edges as best you can and making use of all of the square footage that's available to you. We're going to start the class with the young lady with the black cow at the far end there. She has such a natural, calm demeanor when she comes in. We love the pace at which she works that show cane. She's constantly evaluating where that cow is, and she's not so much worried about where we are because she just trusts that cow is going to get her where she needs to be. We really appreciate that natural, calm presence that she has. She's very aware of industry issues as we visited with the young people through the crowd. One of the questions that we were asking is, what's one of the challenges that's facing your breed today? And she was very quick to admit she's not a Limousin kid, but this is something I think the industry needs to focus on, and we appreciate that awareness. The young man in second does a really nice job as well with that heifer. One thing we did visit with him about is just making sure he's taking full advantage of the space that's available to him as he came into the ring there. I'd love to see him just adjust the grip on his halter ever so slightly and hold that. I noticed you just had 2 fingers on the halter at one point, but Aaron and I are given the real privilege of being nitpicky, and that's our responsibility today. We like the job that the young lady in third did as well. She has that real calm, natural demeanor again that we appreciate so much. We did visit with her about a challenging heifer to show in terms of keeping her loined and keeping her feet under her and all those things. And there's a couple times that heifer cheated her just a little bit and adjusted some feet without her being aware of it. And so something to keep in mind. Our splits in fourth and fifth, the young lady and young man turning there now, are a much closer split. These are 2 show people who have a great deal to offer. We appreciated both of their responses once they came into once we had the opportunity to visit with them. Just again, really making sure you're taking advantage of that ring space. To the young lady, she had a little bit more room on this corner that she could take advantage of, and the young man sort of got boxed up against this panel. And so some things to just consider as you're moving about the ring. The young man with the black bred heifer here in the cable halter. I'll be the first to admit, Aaron and I are not particularly fans of cable halters. We'll get more into that as we go through our day. This young man does a nice job of it with this heifer, however. One thing we'd love him to adjust is just his body posture as he adjusts, moves around that heifer as he's got her profiled. But did a really nice job. The young lady with the bull calf, again, I'd love her to just be a little bit more aware of what's going on in the ring. When she came in, she sort of got boxed in. The cattle in front of her were stopping, and she was still on the go, and so she sort of got herself wedged in the corner there. Something to consider. Young lady that rounds out her class does a really nice job. She has a really natural, calm presence about her. The heifer's not cooperating, and that becomes more evident in this smaller space. There's a couple times that heifer wanted to get wedged out into the crowd, and then she didn't have room to get herself turned around, and so that presents some challenges in such a tight space. But congratulations, seniors. I hope that our younger members have been paying attention to what these seniors are doing, because there's certainly a lot of skill set in this first group of showmanship. Congratulations, and thanks to a great start to the day.
See how easy it is for him to write a book? There you go. We sure appreciate the comments, and I'm sure the kids too. If the champion reserve could hold in there for pictures, judges, if you could join them over there for pictures, that'd be awesome. So rounding out this class, and thanks again to Michael McCann for helping out with the champion show person, going to Madison Robertson from Neepawa, Manitoba. Reserve champion show person is Caden Martin, Markdale, Ontario. And then if you want to mark your programs, 122, Jocelyn Kennedy was third. Laura Seward, 140 was fourth. Carson Zwombag, 146 was 5. Austin Porter, 133 was 6. Leah Post, 134 was 7. And rounding out the class, Emma Qualley was number 8. So again, a huge congratulations to the seniors. Put on a great exhibition out there. And comments was very, very well from Joey in explaining how they placed and why they placed. So hopefully everybody learned from that. Coming in next, we'll have our first heat of intermediate show people coming in. There'll be we have 3 heats of intermediates coming in. There'll be 6 per heat, and I'll introduce them into the ring when they come.
Well, I woke up early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday.
The reserve champion banner is presented by Bar Diamond K Cattle, and we sure appreciate their support for the show.
Brother, brother, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the police come a knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there came rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay him away with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not. Father, Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground.
Okay, first heat of intermediates are coming in now, led off by Connor Andrico from Ardrossan, Alberta, Mila Cairns from Saskatoon, Kaylee Post, Alma, Ontario, Haley Devonham from Kennedy, Saskatchewan, Keely Halverson from Rose Valley, Saskatchewan, and Lillian Seward from Darlingford, Manitoba. The judges will be pulling probably 3 out of each heat to come back for the final drive of the intermediates. And when they do pull the 3 out, they will be placed in no particular order.
So they say, but God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
Okay, we're just pulling 3 in no particular order, and there'll be comments before they select their intermediate champion. So coming back for return will be 135, Kaylee Post, 110, Haley Debenham, and 141, I believe it is, Lillian Seward. There will be the 3 that will be moving on in the final drive. Second heat coming in the intermediate showmanship is led off by Samuel Stewart from Chatsworth, Ontario, followed by Lucas Zwambag from Glencoe, Ontario, Austin Kishkan from Quesnel, BC, Abby Staples, Janetville, Ontario, Cole Bodell, Sundre, Alberta, and Roland Belanger from Omimi, Ontario. Let me just tell you a little bit about our judges now. We're getting a nice crowd around us here today, so I'll read you the autobiography that Joey sent in of the 2 here. It'll take most of this class to get through it. So Aaron Birch and Joey Burnett are from Parkbag, Saskatchewan, where they operate and own Twin View Livestock. They specialize in high-quality Gelbvieh genetics. Joe and Aaron have enjoyed great success in the past number of years. They have exhibited numerous national champions, world champions, champion bull futurity, champions at Canadian Western Agribition, and several other champions in the shows throughout the country. They recently raised and exhibited the 2024 National Champion Gelbvieh Bull. Joe and Aaron also work closely with Joe's parent family at Cityview Simmentals at Moose Jaw. They have annual Gelbvieh Canada and internationally. Joe and Aaron both grew up through 4-H and junior breed associations, as Joey stated in his comments there, how much they enjoy supporting youth in agriculture and enjoy the opportunities when given to them. Aaron and Joe encourage you to visit with them today and to follow them through their homepage at twinviewlivestock.com or through Facebook under the same name. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Aaron and Joey a huge round of applause and appreciate their attendance. Okay, coming back in no particular order in this class is 144, Samuel Stewart, 123, Austin Kishkan, and 142, Abby Staples. Okay, kicking off the third split of the intermediates. Coming in now will be Wyatt Gibbons from Napanee, Ontario, Cody Staples from Janetville, Ontario, Owen Zwambag, Glencoe, Ontario, Andy Kishkan, Quesnel, BC, Whitney LeBuc, Kitscotty, Alberta, and Esme Cairns, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Once again, we are pleased that the champion show, intermediate show person will be presented a banner and sponsorship from Opal Stock Farm. Michael Mackin here to make the presentation. And if we can ask John Post to come forward to present the reserve at the end of the intermediate from Post Haven Limousin. Okay, coming back in again, no particular order. 143 is Cody Staples. 148, Owen Zwombag. 124, Andy Kishkan, and 125 will be coming back as well, Whitney LeBuc. Those four will be coming back in the final drive.
Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family they didn't trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled
So coming right back in the final drive, we got we'll have 10 come back for the final drive. We'll lead off with, I don't know what order they're coming in, but Kaylee Post, 135, Haley Debenham, 110, Lillian Seward, 141, Samuel Stewart, 144, Austin Kishkan, 123, and Abby Staples, 142. We'll be joined by Cody Staples, 143, Owen Zwombag, 148, Andy Kishkan, 150, 124, and Whitney LeBuc, 125. Those will be our 10 finalists coming back in to vie for the Intermediate Champion Showperson, which is, of course, sponsored by Opal Stock Farm, Michael Mackin, and reserve will be by Post Haven Limousin. John Post, if you could come, or a family member, come to present the award at the end of this division. Aaron's turn to give us some reasons now on the final drive here.
We've got a really exceptional set of intermediate showmen here in the ring. As you'll notice through the day in our showmanship, we're not going to work these kids too hard in showmanship. We really believe that how these kids present themselves when they come in the ring, how they interact with their animals, how they set them up, those are really the fundamental basic pieces that we're looking for in showmanship. We don't believe in changing show sticks or cattle or any of those things. We just are looking for those, we know those natural showmen that are out here in the ring, and we really want to see how they act. And you know what, sure, we could get them to, you know, switch places and stuff, but when you're showing cattle, it's not very often that you have to switch places in the ring, and that can be taught and all those things. But at the end of the day, what we're just looking for is these kids that are out here that really know how to exhibit these cattle and really can blend into the background and just show that animal off. The young lady that we started the class with, and she does that. She's calm, cool, collected. What we really liked is we walk around, she always knows where we're at, but she never is staring at us. She is always very aware of what's going on around her. We did talk to her in the first class that she found herself in a bit of a tough spot in some uneven ground, but she worked through it and she did a nice job, and she did a nice young lady to start our class. In second place, the young man just does a beautiful job with this heifer. You know, he's always got her placed where she needs to be. He's very aware of what that heifer is doing. We'd just like to, when he came into the ring at first, you know, he had that show stick out ahead of him a little bit, and we just wanted to ask him to tuck that in a little bit and make himself just look a little bit smaller. He is a taller gentleman, and that can be a challenge when you're showing a heifer. I've never had that issue, but he just by tucking that show stick into himself a little bit just makes him look a little bit smaller and puts the emphasis on that heifer. The young lady that's circling here has just done a really nice job showing a heifer that can be a little bit of a challenge at times, but she's always, when she sets that heifer up, she's always doing a really nice job. She's always paying attention to what's going on around her. Just a couple little things. Every once in a while that heifer does get a foot out of place, and she's just not as quick to get in there. The young man in fourth, when he's got this heifer planted and stopped, they look like a dynamite team. We really like the job he's doing. Just when he comes in, he gets a little bit out ahead of that heifer and gets pulling on her a little bit more. We just like to get him to tuck himself in a little bit more when he's coming in and leading that heifer. The young lady next in line here, really nice job. This heifer has been given her a little bit of grief. We just like to make sure that she works on, always making sure where those feet are. The same could be said for the young lady that follows her with this heifer calf. Does a really nice job. We really like, as soon as she comes in, we like the way that she presented herself. She's calm, cool, collected. There's just a few times that heifer calf got herself a little stretched out, and that was a little bit in terms of the spot that this heifer was parked, but she did a really nice job. Young lady here with the black heifer, really nice job as well. We just like make sure she works on keeping that head up, keeping her posture where she wants to be, but just has done a really nice job here today. The young lady here with the slightly bigger black heifer, really like the job that this young lady has done. She's been calm. This heifer has given her some grief today. We would just like to improve some footwear in her case. We really do feel like a leather foot or a leather shoe or a boot is where we'd like to see that in the ring here today. The young lady next down in line has done a really nice job. She's nice and calm and collected when she's out here with this heifer. We just like to some of her posture at times, and when the cattle are moving in front of her, we just like her to move up in line with the cattle above her. And rounding out our class, a young gentleman that does a really nice job. Just a few little things such as getting that show halter cut a little bit shorter and just his posture at times. But he's just done a really nice job here so far today. So it's a really nice job of intermediate showmen we have here in the ring, and we're excited to see our younger members as they keep coming in.
You bet. Nice round of applause. Leading off is our champion intermediate show person receiving the banner from Opal Stock Farms will be Haley Debenham. Number 110 from Kennedy, Saskatchewan. In reserve show person is number 148, Owen Zwombag from Glencoe, Ontario. In third place, 141, Lillian Seward. Darlingford, Manitoba. In fourth, Cody Staples, 143, Janetville, Ontario. Fifth, Andy Kishkan, 124. In sixth, Abby Staples, Janetville, Ontario. Seventh, Kaylee Post, Alma, Ontario. Eighth, Austin Kishkan, Quesnel, BC. Ninth will be Whitney LeBuc from Kitscoty, Alberta. And in rounding out the champion drive here is 144, Samuel Stewart. You may wonder why we're placing 10 when we do a championship drive. These kids are all competing for aggregate points, so we need to have 10 for the point system. So we really do appreciate the 10 that came back as the finalists. There's some excellent show people. We sure do appreciate the job that Joey and Aaron are doing. Not only are they talking individually to each of the kids, but they're letting us know what they're seeing out there as well. So congrats to the champions in the intermediate show division. As soon as the pictures are done, we'll get kicked off with the junior showmanship. Again, we'll have 3 heats of 6 to go through there. So we'll look for that soon. And, of course, that's John Post Jr. out there presenting the award to Owen Zwombag. Okay, we got the juniors all lined up. They're ready to come in. Heat number 1 coming to you. First in is 98, Rosemary Belanger from Omemee, Ontario. Vander Dick, Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Rachel Black, Goderich, Ontario. Clara Carey, Omemee, Ontario. Blakely Homer, Chrysler, Ontario. And Vivian De La Cruz from Ottawa. So all you alumni show people out and around the ringside here, they're still accepting entries for the alumni charity showmanship. I think that's for older people that have done this before, are supposed to enter, and it's for a charity that the juniors have got going on. If you can come and see Jocelyn Kennedy, she's right here right at the moment, but she'll be around here for a little bit. Need some entries to go into that class. That's going to take place right after the grand champion show person is selected in about an hour. We're going to pull 4 in from this heat here to come back. First thing, again, no particular order, is Rosemary Belanger, 111 Vander Dick, 105 Clara Carey, and 109 Vivian De La Cruz. We'll come back in the champion drive after this. Okay, second split coming into the ring. Thayer Dick, Swift Current, Sawyer Belanger, Omimi, Ontario, Sadie Eklund, 7 Persons, Alberta, Ruben Post, Alma, Ontario, Thomas Penman, Okotoks, Alberta, and Kirsten Davey from Westburn, Manitoba. That's their second split into the ring here now. Coming back for the final drive will be 112 Thayer Dick, 137 Reuben Post, and 106 Kirsten Davey. Those will be the three that'll come back into the championship drive after the next heat. Congrats. Way to go, guys. Way to go. It's really fun to see them little guys out there, not much bigger than a raindrop, handling them cattle and doing a really, really good job. Okay, heat number 3 set to enter the ring, leading off with 126, Emily Lawrence, Durham, Ontario. 130, William Penman. William Penman from Okotoks, Alberta. 120, Jalen Homer, Chrysler, Ontario. 136, Adam Post, Alma, Ontario. Holt Haywood, 118, Bragg Creek, Ontario, Alberta. And Lexi Zwombag rounding out the intermediates, or the juniors, 149 from Glencoe, Ontario. For those of you who are maybe just joining us and haven't seen or heard what's going on throughout the event here, Double B Cattle Company generously donated a heifer for the junior show, where half the proceeds go there and I'll have to get where the other half goes, wherever Ashton went, because I can't remember. Anyways, the heifer is in the ring right now. That is the donated heifer. A really cute little thing that's doing a great job here, and great disposition. Total donations are, like I said, for the charities. $20 a bid will get you a ticket for the heifer. Only $20 a bid. See any of the juniors here. Ashton, of course, will be another one. Probably Laura Eklund can help us out there as well. So I think a great event, and generously donated by Double B Cattle. Maybe we should give Double B Cattle a hand for donating that heifer and for the charities. I knew somebody would help me out here. The donations, proceeds of this fundraiser go to the Canadian Limousin Association Youth Development Fund. 50% goes to the Do More Ag Foundation. It's a charity organization focusing on mental health in agriculture across Canada. Two valuable foundations that we are excited to share the contributions from. And for those interested in which one it might be, in the ring right now is 136, is the little red heifer out there with an exceptional disposition and ready for the juniors. Okay, coming back to vie for the final championship will be 126, Emily Lawrence. 130, William Penman. 136, Adam Post. Will be our three that will be in the final drive. Okay, our final drive for the junior showmanship coming in, of which there will be 10 coming back. Led off by Rosemary Belanger, Vander Dick, Clara Carey, Vivian De La Cruz, Thayer Dick, Reuben Post, Kirsten Davey, Emily Lawrence, William Penman, and Adam Post will be the 10 juniors back here vying for the championship, which is generously donated by BZ Acres to the junior champion showperson, and the reserve junior champion showperson banners are presented by XL Ranches. We sure do appreciate the sponsors that are helping out here. And not only that, but if you look at the wall of sponsorship over here at the end of the ring, we got a great set of sponsors that's been an integral part of the greatness that this show has turned out to be. Of course, the show can never happen without the generous sponsorship of all the people that have been involved, and we sure appreciate those that have stepped up. And maybe it's only fitting to just give a hand to the sponsors that have helped us out make this show work. We'll now have comments from Joey on the junior division.
A round of applause for our junior showmanship this morning. At this level, what Aaron and I are really looking at is confidence and ability to navigate some challenges within the show ring, and then how they handle themselves combined with the cattle, combined with the environment around them. And so if we're being totally transparent, the young lady that wins our class, the moment she hit that gate, she won junior showmanship. We can teach showmanship skills for years, but at the end of the day, there's a real natural ability about showmanship that some people just have and some people just don't necessarily have. This young lady has it. When she stepped into that ring, the moment she crossed the gate, there was no doubt that she was extremely talented with showmanship. She is so pleasant within the ring to watch. She's really laid back, but I would almost describe her like a duck. She floats on the water, but underneath she's kicking hard. And she's always aware of where that heifer is and what needs to happen. She backs that heifer into her stance so naturally. She's always aware of where that heifer is, and she just does a really beautiful job with that heifer. For us, like I said, she won junior showmanship the moment she stepped into the ring. The young man in second follows suit quite similarly in terms of that natural presence and his really calm demeanor. He does a nice job of having this heifer presented. This is a heifer that she wants to drop her head. She just out of the point of her shoulder. She just is a little bit tougher to show. And so every now and then she gets a little bit lazy on him and he has to work to get that back up, but does a nice job and follows suit most closely to our young lady that wins junior showmanship. The young man that comes into third does a really nice job. In fact, I would say he's one of the only members in this class that consistently is reaching back to tuck his tail and drop his top and to do some little things. Just about spatial awareness. And the other thing is, and this could be said to a lot of our members down the line as well, when we're coming around your cattle, don't be afraid to turn and shuffle, okay? Open the front ends of your cattle up so that we can get our best look at them, and you need to be aware of where we are in the ring. I understand that when there's two judges, that does present an increased challenge. One young man said to me, I didn't know you were the judge. I thought the other guy was. But you need to be aware of everyone in the ring. Even if it's a ring person coming to help you move, you've got to know where they're at. And so just turning your body and shuffling to open the front end of your cattle up would be a piece of advice we would give as we go down the line. Young lady in fourth there does a really beautiful job. We love her calm and natural presence. She did have a few shavings on this heifer when she came into that first class along the belly line. And we did talk to a couple other members in the previous classes about first thing in showmanship, you've got to be clean and presentable. This is your job. This is your business. And so you want to present yourself at the highest level possible. And part of that is being really clean and well presented. As we come down the line in our junior showmanship class, we come into some varying levels of experience and number of trips through the show ring. And each time a young person comes through the show ring, obviously their skill set grows and adjusts. And so with some more time and more experiences in the show ring, we have no doubt that these young people will be rivaling for the top of the class. Couple big things, generally speaking, is posture. Get yourself upright and really compact. We always believe that a great show person is nearly invisible. They're not drawing attention to themselves. Your animal is always your first priority. Worry less about us and more about where that heifer is. Do your best to walk them into that stance, pulling them backwards as you step back, and that really lets them come into that stance the most naturally. And then the big thing too, keep these heads up, give yourself as much room as you can in the ring, and give your animal the greatest opportunity to look its best. Congratulations, juniors. That's a competitive group of young show people.
Thank you, Joey. Great set of reasons for both young and old there, for darn sure. Leading off, champion junior show person, Emily Lawrence, Durham, Ontario, number 126. And in reserve position, coming again from Ontario, Reuben Post, number 137. In third, 111, Vander Dick. Fourth, 98, Rosemary Belanger. Fifth, 136, Adam Post. Sixth, 130 is William Penman. Seventh, 106, Kirsten Davey. 8, 105, Clara Carey. 9, 109, Vivian De La Cruz. And rounding out the champion drive here in the junior division is Thayer Dick, number 112. Congrats to them all. There's a great set of juniors out there representing the breed here for us. Of course, like I said earlier, thank you to BZ Acres for presenting the champion banner and to XL Ranches for doing the reserve junior showmanship banner to Reuben Post. Following the pictures here, we're going to have a Pee-wee showmanship. We got 5 Pee-wees going to come in and entertain us. Okay, here come the Pee-wees. Coming in now, led off by 100, Jose Belanger from Omimi. Should be followed by 114, Rhett Eklund from Seven Persons, Alberta. 112, Revington Haywood, Bragg Creek, Alberta. 127, Addison Lawrence, Durham, Ontario. And 132, John Penman from Okotoks, Alberta. Got some pretty big animals coming out here by these little guys, and they sure look like they belong to be in the show ring. This Pee Wee division is sponsored by Champion Banner, going to the champion show person from Pinch Hill Cattle. We'll ask Chad, I guess, to come and make that presentation. And Reserve Pee Wee show person is from Randcliffe Limousin. If we have a representative from Randcliffe, if they could come and make the presentation, would be appreciated. Comments from Aaron now on our Pee Wees.
Think these Pee Wees deserve a big round of applause. They did an awesome job today. Some of these young members are going to definitely be giving the older kids here a run for their money here in a couple years. This young lady that we started our class with, she's just, like we've talked earlier, there's some kids just have it and she does. She came into the ring. She was confident. She was knew what she was doing. Came in the ring. We loved her posture. How well when she presents herself the way she does, that calf acts so well as well for her, and it just really impressive job for a Pee Wee member to be so good in the ring and just do such an amazing job. The young man in second, him as well. When he came in, he's confident with this calf. You can tell that they have a special bond, and that is so cool to see. He knows how this calf has to set up. He had him pointed the right direction and set up every single time. When you compare him to the young lady ahead of him, he doesn't quite have the posture she has, but at this age, he is doing an amazing job. Same can be said for the young lady with the heifer calf. This heifer, she's maybe not quite as settled in as some of the other calves in the ring, but what we really like about her is she's staying so nice and calm. Even though the calf sometimes isn't behaving 100% for her, she's doing an amazing job and staying nice and calm, and that's just really helping to keep that heifer calf in the same way. The young man we have here with the big black heifer, he got a bit more of a challenge because she is a bigger heifer, and even though she's quiet, the challenge is there's just a lot more animal there to handle, and he's done a really nice job of getting out there and handling her. But like I said, there's some extra challenges when you get a bigger animal, and he handled that very well. The young man rounding out our class has done a really nice job. This calf, you can tell, and him have a nice bond, and nice and quiet calf. He just needs to work up, on that, setting that animal up, keeping the head up, but just has done a really nice job. Like all the Pee-wees in the class, and like I said, these young members are definitely going to give those older ones a run for their money down the road here, because they all did a really, really good job. So I think they deserve one more round of applause as they head out of the ring.
Thank you, Aaron, and congrats. This is where it all starts, folks, right here with this size here. That's where it all starts. Leading off, champion Pee Wee show person, Josie Belanger from Omemee, Ontario. She's receiving the banner from the Pinch Hill Cattle Junior Division. Blakely and Jalen, I believe it is. Blakely and Jalen Homer going to present the banner there. Second in reserve, champion junior Pee Wee showman. I'll get him yet. Is 119, Revington Haywood from Bragg Creek, Alberta. Third, Addison Lawrence, 127. Fourth, Rhett Eklund. And rounding out this nice class here is John Penman from Okotoks. Great job, kids. That's like I said, this is where it starts. We're really happy to see you guys out here and enjoying it. Okay, that wraps up our Pee Wee showmanship. Now, next on our agenda is the little ones showmanship. So I'm not sure what we're going to find coming in here, but it's going to be the little ones, I guess. Okay, we got our little ones into the ring. Of course, they're accompanied by some bigger ones, but coming in is Carson Davey, 107 from Westbourne, Manitoba. 108, Mackenzie Davey, again from Westbourne. 117, Anthony Harden from Edenwald, Saskatchewan. 128 is Avery Luke, Zener, Saskatchewan. And rounding him out is Ryland Verbeek from Morinville, Alberta, number 145. Following this will be our overall grand champion show person. So if we could have our division champions getting lined up out back there, ready to come in and compete for the big granddaddy prize of them all. Joey and Aaron, these guys are all first. So these are what we call the mini Limmies, is what we call these guys. So I'll let Joey going to give a few reasons, and then I'm going to ask if all the mini Limmies can come over in front the backdrop over here. We'll have a picture with our judges after comments from Joey.
Thanks, Wayne, and a big round of applause, please, for our mini Limmies. Aaron and I are very involved with the Junior Gelve program, and we have a similar operation that we just call Cow Camp at the Gelve show. We equate it to squirrel chasing with just a side of cat herding. And it's an awesome opportunity for these young people to get involved in a safe way and to build some confidence and to give them some future skills and some drive. And I think if there's a way that our industry continues to move forward, it's grassroots programs like this one. And so our hats off to the Limousin Association for giving these youngsters an opportunity to get out in the ring today in such a safe way. Congratulations to all 5 of you. You've all done an awesome job, and we look forward to visiting with you more as the day goes.
Thanks, Joey. So if we could have the 5 minis come over here by the backdrop. Let your older person hold on to the heifers for you, and the little guys go to the backdrop, get your pictures taken with our judges. We'd sure appreciate it. Who's that 128? Holy smokes, you can hardly see her out there. She's so tiny. 128, little Avery Luke. You bet. They got them started now. Look out, mums and dads. These guys are going to, and you juniors, seniors, look out. These guys are going to come for you when we get down the roads. Okay, we're gearing up for the final drive. Now this will be the grand champion overall show person. It will only be the seniors, intermediates, and juniors competing in that division. So there will be a champion drive coming up here right away for the overall big banner. Of course, the overall champion showmanship or show person will be presented by Crown Hill Acres. I think Craig is here. Craig Kennedy is here to make that presentation. And we got Amanda and family, I'm not sure who, will present the overall reserve grand champion banners to the competition here. Okay, I guess we're going to lead in with the junior show people coming in, and this is a little Lawrence gal that's going to lead this group off. The wind has got my paper. So coming in here is Emily Lawrence, going to come in, followed, of course, by Reuben Post. And then intermediates should be next, Haley Debenham and Owen Zwambag. then followed up by Madison Robertson and Caden Martin. This is your champion and reserve champions from each division. We will select a champion and reserve champion, show person out of these 6 that are out here vying for it. For those of you who are going to participate in the alumni charity showmanship, that will not take place following this. We know what it's like to have hangry juniors, and we're not going to have that. So right after our champions are declared here, pictures are done, lunch is prepared at the pavilion. So the champion or the charity alumni showmanship will be at the end of the confirmation classes, which will follow lunch. Decisions have been made. Here's Joey.
I think right off the start, Aaron and I mentioned that we're not big believers in overworking in showmanship classes. We do not believe in trading animals or trading halters or taking away show canes or things like that. And the simple reason is that's not natural. That never happens in a show ring, and that's not something that we believe in is an appropriate thing to do in a show ring. And so if you feel like we haven't maybe worked kids enough today, I apologize. But show me a day that that's going to happen at one of the larger breed shows. When your breed is being represented at the Royal or Agribition or Farm Fair, I don't know that I've ever seen a judge ask somebody to switch a halter. And so we are not believers in that. We are firm believers, however, in presentation. And we are firm believers in first impressions. And we're really firm believers that showmanship is a really natural skill set that so many young people are very, very talented in. I will say this, showmanship as its own body is really a difficult thing to judge from our perspective, because we believe that showmanship is so much more than in the show ring. We believe that showmanship is the way you present yourself in the barn. It's the way you present yourself with prospective customers who might wander by your stall. It's the way you treat fellow exhibitors in the marshalling area and in the fitting areas and things like that. Showmanship for us is a really broad spectrum thing. And once you get to the show ring, that's just one small part of it. We really prefer, given the opportunity, to judge showmanship at the conclusion of your show, because we watch showmanship all day, every day. Showmanship is your ability to make that champion female pop the way that she needs to get to that spot. And so judging showmanship in solidarity like we've had this morning is a difficult task. We have no doubt that we've maybe sent some phenomenal young show people back to the barn that aren't in this ring, who maybe would have shown us some of their skills through the show. And so it is a difficult thing for us to sort, but we are really very thrilled with the 6 show people that we have in the ring before us. We understand that as we move from juniors on up through the age groups, skill sets adjust and grow and change. And so what Aaron and I have done is tried our best to consider age of the exhibitor and the skills that they bring to the table comparatively to members who might be older or younger than themselves. And so we're really, like I said, thrilled with the 6 that we've brought out before us. We've been asked to pick your top 2. And I again, just as we wrap up showmanship, I'd like to offer our sincere thanks for the opportunity to be here today. It means a great deal to Aaron and I. That wall of sponsors is extremely impressive, and our thanks to those people for making this all happen and enabling us to have this opportunity. So with that, Aaron's going to go out and select your champion and then your reserve.
You bet, Joey. Thank you, and we sure appreciate the job that you and Aaron have done. And there's your champion, number 110. That is Haley Debenham. The 110, and your reserve is 126, Emily Lawrence. There's your champion and your reserve out of this stellar group that we had out here. Once again, congratulations to everyone that came out here. Special congratulations to our champion and reserve. And let's give a special thanks again to Joey and Aaron for the amount of time that they spent with each and every one of the kids that came out. Okay, juniors, lunch is on over at the pavilion in about 15 minutes. It is sandwiches for lunch, and I want you to use some discretion because the quantities are somewhat limited. 1 sandwich per person is what I was told to announce. So please use that discretion as you go forward. So once again, that's Crown Hill Limousin out there with Crown Hill Acres. That's Craig Kennedy making a presentation to our champion. And our reserve will be presented with the Highland Stock Farms Chauffeurs Championship banner. We'll reconvene back here, I think, about 1 o'clock. Is that Ashton? 1 o'clock is when we're going to.
Okay, juniors, it is 1:10 right now. We're going to get the show going here in 10 minutes. So 1:20, we're going to get the show started, and we're running late. I'm sorry.
Just like an aeroplane, it brings you
Well, folks, we're running a few minutes late here, but we're just about ready to get started with the confirmation part of our junior show this afternoon. I think we're getting really close. We got our judges, Joey and Aaron, out front here now, ready to go. God, didn't they hose off pretty good and shine up pretty nice to come out for this? We got two steers coming to us here now. This is Austin and Andy Kishkan coming to you from Quesnel, BC. This is the two steers of the show. And believe it or not, their 4-H show, or Achievement Day, was yesterday, I think it was, or maybe even today. So they decided to bring them here for achievement instead of going to their achievement show out in the Quesnel area. The banners for this division are presented by Team Auction Sales for the champion and B-Bar Cattle for the reserve. Is there a representative from either of those firms here to present the banners? B-Bar, are you still in the community? Here's comments from Judge Aaron.
Just two finished steers here in the steer show here today, and two very impressive steers, and ones that are really a good complement to the Limousin breed. And at the end of the day, that's really what we're trying to do here in the beef industry, is make good feeder animals. And I think both these steers are ones that are good representations of the breed and are going to do that really well. We decided to start the class with the red steer. For us, he was just a little level over his top line. We like his hip shape a little more. He's a little square in that hip and a little deeper in that hip when you compare the two steers. Granted, the black steer is maybe a showier, more extended fronted type of a steer, but for us today, that red steer really fits what we're looking for on this steer. Both steers that we find have enough finish and have similar finish for us here today, but like I said, that red steer is going to be your champion today with the black steer as reserve. Two really nice fed steers here for our Limousin show.
Thank you, Aaron, and they remain in catalog order. Austin winning the class and Andy reserve. Like I said, they're getting banners presented to them, championed by Team Auction Sales and the reserve by B-Bar Cattle. We're going to follow them up with a very small percentage show that we have here today. We have a bull calf coming in from Vanderdick. Percentage bull calf coming in from Vanderdick. And this calf is coming as bred known. Oh, are we going to do pictures first? Looks like we're going to take a short picture break. If anybody is looking for a program, you people on the far side or here in the barn or in the tent here, there is programs here available. If anybody wants to grab one, we got them here for you. Okay, our percentage show is ready to go now. We got a bull calf coming in from Vander Dick coming in. This calf here is also a bred and owned animal, so coming to you from Vander. This is Jetstream Conspiracy. He is a 25th of January calf. The champion banner for the percentage bull calf will be presented by Lakeside Farms. So one of Lakeside's representatives, if you could come and present the banner, would be appreciated.
Just a single entry here in our percentage bull calf class, and but a very good individual that we have in the ring here, and really shows what the Limousin breed can do in a crossbreeding program. And also want to commend this young gentleman for having this animal being bred and owned. I'm not sure how many we'll have today, but that's really the bread and butter when these kids are able to come out and bring a project to town, but then bring progeny from them. So good job, young man.
You bet. Give them a hand, folks. This is Vander Dick. He's had your champion percentage bull calf. We do have a single percentage female. We'll do that, and then we'll grab quick flicks of them, okay? This female here is 18th of January. Heifer from Austin Porter. Plains Matchmaker is this female here. Comments from Aaron.
Once again, just a single entry in this class, but a female that you'd really love to see her put up against some competition, because she is that. She is a very competitive female. We love the volume that she has, that chest floor that carries right from the front of this female to the back, and she's going to drop a really nice udder for this young man. So this is a female that has a very, very bright future ahead of her, and one that, like I said, I suspect was quite competitive in the open shows, and when she's put up against some competition, I bet she does quite well. But very nice single entry here in our percentage females.
Thank you, Aaron. And that female, of course, is number 133, Plains Matchmaker from Austin Porter. Greenwood Cattle is making the presentation of the banner for that. We're going to have just a quick break here now while they picture the two percentage part of the show, and then we'll get into the bull calves coming right up. Okay, we're ready to start kicking off into the purebred division of our show here now. We're going to start with the bull calves, heat number 1. First thing we can do is scratch number 102, Cole Bodell. You can scratch 102 coming from Cole Bodell. These bull calves coming in right now will be, the oldest will be 18th of December, 24th of December, 2nd January, 10 January, the 4 calves coming in. Leading off the way is Holt Haywood with Highland Maui, Rev Haywood, Highland Mexico. You can tell where these kids go all the time, eh? And then William Penman, Highland Nick, and Madison Robertson with EMF Nighthawk. Okay, we'll have comments from Joe.
A really nice class of bull calves to start off the purebred division of our show, and a group of 4 that offer us some give and take in terms of type and kind. We're going to start the class with that black calf at the front that for us is the most structurally sound when we analyze him in his construction. We like the way his joints give and go as he gets out on the move, and we like the way that that calf is balanced from end to end. He's got an appropriate testicle for this age of development, and a calf that has enough substance in middle and rear hip when you get in behind him. We like that herd bull presence he's got in that front through his skull and neck shape, and a calf for us that just does the most things correct. We really love this black calf in second, and we give him the nod in terms of performance. Weight per day of age on this calf has got to be huge. We love that about him. If we were simply analyzing the front 2/3 of these bulls, this is the calf that wins it. We love him through his rib shape and his length of spine, and then the way he blends over the top of his shoulder down into his neck is so attractive. We really love the front 2/3 of that calf. Where we'd tweak him is in the rear third. We'd love to settle that tail head down, and we'd love to make him a little truer on his hind pasterns as he gets on the go. He wants to roll the show side pastern in underneath himself just a little bit, and we'd like to just correct that to make him move up a spot higher today. Then we come to a pair of red calves that you can really nickel and dime in terms of which one you prefer. We're going to give the nod to the dark calf in terms of his depth of flank. That's where we split these two. He's a little bit more appropriate in his testicle development compared to the calf that concludes the class. But a pair of red bulls that are so very similar. The red lighter calf that rounds out the group isn't as strong in his testicle development, and he's a little tighter flanked when we analyze him compared to that darker calf in front of him. But a nice group of 4 to start off the purebred division. We look forward to what's to come.
Thanks, Joey. Leading off in first place here, we'll have first and second come back after the next split. So leading off is first place is 118, Holt Haywood with Highland Maui. In second place, Madison Robertson with EMF Nighthawk 509N. In third was Rev Haywood, Highland Mexico. And in fourth is 130, William Penman with Highland Nick. So first and second will return to compete again with the next 2 for bull calf champion. Okay, leading in first in the second split is Leah Post with DBCC Napoleon, 15th of January calf. Following him should be Austin Porter, Plains Notary, 33N, again the 15th of January. Whitney LeBuc, Triple J Nitro, 19th of January. Levi Zwombag, DBCC Nacho Libra, 25th of January. Wyatt Gibbons, SGL No Limit, January 30. And then Esme Cairns with SGL Notorious, 12th of February. Class complete, 6 in the ring.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg.
For those of you who were not with us this morning, I'll just give you a brief bio on our judges, Aaron Birch and Joey Burnett. They're from Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. They operate Twin Valley Livestock, or Twin View, Livestock, specializing in high-quality Gelbvieh genetics. Joe and Aaron have enjoyed great success in the past number of years. They have exhibited numerous national champions, world champions, Canadian Bull Futurity champions, and Canadian Western Exhibition champions. They recently raised and exhibited the 24 national champion Gelbvieh Bull. Joe and Aaron also work closely with Joe's family at City View Simmentals of Moose Jaw. They have an annual Gelbvieh and Simmental bull sales each spring at their ranch, as well as a select Gelbvieh female sale each October. They market live cattle and frozen genetics across Canada and internationally. Joe and Aaron both grew up through 4-H and junior breed associations. They believe strongly in supporting youth in agriculture and enjoy every opportunity to give back to the same programs they benefited from. Aaron and Joe encourage you to visit with them today and to follow them at twinviewlivestock.com or on Facebook under the same name. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're truly privileged to have Joey and Aaron here to help us through the show here today with their adjudications. Thanks, guys. We sure appreciate it. We'll now have comments on this division from Joe.
Certainly an impressive set of 6 bull calves, and we absolutely applaud the performance and the weight per day of age in these cattle. We think that's something that's truly impressive and absolutely a trait that the Limousin breed has really done a great job on, is keeping the performance in these cattle, and it's evident in these bull calves. We're going to start off with the blonder calf up at the front there, who's just so balanced. We love the dimension he has over his shoulder and then back into his rib. We love his depth aside and how even that calf is evenly constructed that calf is from end to end. He's got adequate testicular development for this stage of the game, but we love that herd bull presence for his front third. We love the way his tail head is set into his hip from hook to pin, and we just really find that calf an ample winner for us. He comes to the top quite handily. The red calf in second follows suit most similarly. He's a calf, again, that we like the balance of. He's not quite as explosive over his top when you analyze him from the rear third, and that tail head doesn't settle in quite as nicely to the top of his hip as the calf that wins the class, but that's a logical place for us to go in second. We actually noticed this black calf this morning in the showmanship show, and we really said, gosh, there's a good soggy bull calf, and he is that. He's stout made from end to end. He's got plenty of character about him. He's good on his feet and legs. We'd love to maybe tidy him up just a little bit from the point of his shoulder up into his dewlap, and we'd love to just give a little bit more width of base to this calf as he gets out on the go. He wants to get a little bit narrower through his hind wheels compared to the calves above him on the move, but that's a plenty good bull calf to land in third hole. hole. The weight per day of age, the high performance calf, is the one that lands into fourth hole. We love that about him. He's certainly a high performing individual. He gets just a little bit piecey for us. He wants to break apart behind that shoulder into his rib and then break again at the flank and over his hip. He's turns out just ever so slightly on those front wheels for us, but we love the length of body in this calf. We love the performance he has to offer, and he's got enough testicular development under him to compete there today. Then we come into a pair of calves in 5th and 6th that are quite similar in terms of their type. We'd love to soften them up in their rear third, give them some increased depth of flank, and just stouten them up as they get out on the go in that rear third. But, these calves change so much through development and feeding programs and all of those things, and we certainly acknowledge that. And so the way we see them today is the way they stand. That's an impressive group of 6 bull calves.
Thank you, Joe. Leading off in the first place, 149, Lexi Zwombag with DBCC Nacho Libre, January 25th calf. In second place is Leah Post, DBCC Napoleon. In third is Wyatt Gibbons, and those two will come back to Pete for bull calf champion here right away. In third place is Wyatt Gibbons, number 115 with SGL No Limit. Fourth is Austin Porter, Plains Notary. And fifth is 125, Whitney LeBuke with Triple J Nitro, and rounding out the class, 104, Esme Cairns with SGL Notorious. So like I said, coming back to compete for calf champion will be 149 Lexi, and Leah, 134, will compete against 115 Holt Haywood and 139 Madison Robertson. The Bull Calf Championship is sponsored by Bar 3R Limousin. I'm pretty sure I have not seen a Bar 3R rep here, so we'll have them banners presented to them. And for you scorekeepers out there who know that aggregates are part of this, we are going to, Joe and Aaron are going to place your calf champion in reserve, and then they'll replace the rest of the bulls in order simply on paper. They will not come in to be placed.
Certainly a strong division of bull calves to start the purebred portion of our day, and we're quite excited for the females to come. If the bulls are an indicator of the level of quality that our Junior Limousin members have brought for us today. We've talked about each of these bulls, and we hope that by the end of the day you start to see the type and kind that Aaron and I are after. I'll tell you now, we are going to be on structure all day. Structure is our foundation, it's our building block, and you'll hear us talk structure all day, and that's going to be what separates our champion and reserve champion bull calves. I'll let Aaron go ahead and pick your champion and your reserve.
There's your champion bull calf, Lexi Zwombag with DBCC Nacho Libre, January 25th, and the reserve out of the same division, ring number 134 for Leah Post with DBCC Napoleon. So you two can go get your pictures taken, I guess, with the banners presented by Bar 3R Limousin. Okie dokie. Picture break is over for the bull calves. Coming in next will be the purebred heifer calves. First heat was born January 1st right through to the 11th of January, so very close in age. Leading off will be Abby Staples, BLCC N710 Duchess. Next will be Laura Seward, Amaglen Nellie Joe, and this is the only bred and owned one in the class. Coming in third, 139, Madison Robertson, EMF HR Pneumonia, Naomi. And then 110, Haley Debenham, EMF Nevada. 141, Lillian Seward, Amaglen Miss Nyla. And Sawyer Belanger with BLCC N44 Burning Heart. That's your class judges. You have 6 in there. We'll now have comments on this first heat from Aaron.
Really strong set of heifers to start off our purebred female show here. What I would like to comment is every one of these females has a really nice udder and teat size coming underneath these. You know, we got underneath one of these heifers, and every one of them, we didn't see any issues there, and that's really a testament to the breed. And I think that is one of the strong suits of the breed is udder quality, and this first heat of heifers certainly exhibits that. We started the class with the black heifer that for us came to the class, top of the class quite easily. She's soggy, she's deep made, she's one of the bigger made heifers in the class, and for us she's is about as sound as we find in this class. We love the way that she moves out on the go. Her joints are moving right, she has the right angles. If we got really picky, we'd love to put a little bit more heel under her, but I think she's definitely within an acceptable range here for us today. Our heifer in second, one that we love in terms of a breed character standpoint and how feminine she is. She is a little bit different in type and kind when you compare her to the heifers on either side of her, and we definitely acknowledge that. But for us today, she comes to where she's at because she's just, like I said, she's got that breed character. She's big top. She's got some performance to her, and I think she fits quite nicely into that second hole. The heifer in third place is the trouble heifer for us in this class in terms of she's quite a bit different type than many of the heifers in the class. If anything, she may pattern most similarly to that first place heifer. But for us today, we just like to see a little more performance in this heifer. But most of all, we just like to strengthen her up in those back pasterns. We're going to hit really hard on some structure pieces here today. And when she gets out on the go, she just has a little bit too much cushion on those hind wheels. And we'd really like to just give her some improvement when we in terms of that. But a heifer that you got to love for her softness and her femininity and just the way she hits you when she gets in the ring. But just a really interesting heifer there in third. We go into our bred known female here in fourth place, another high-performing type of heifer, one that I would say when looking from the outside of the ring definitely patterns very similarly to that second-place heifer. But for us, she just maybe isn't quite as sound when you compare her to the heifers, especially in those top two holes. But man, do you love the length of body she has. She's a great big top heifer. She's not the deepest heifer in the class, but she's got some Springer rib to her. And a female that, once again, we really like the breed character to her. I think it's really important in today's beef industry that we maintain some breed character, and this female definitely does that. We go now into a female that in a lot of ways is a little bit plainer than some of the females that are above her, but one that, we like for, she's got a little bit of femininity to her. She's got a cowy look. She's long-bodied, one that's maybe just not as mature as some of the ones above her, but one that we really like a lot of things about this female. Rounding out the class, we have the female that's a long-bodied, big top female, but for us just gets a little bit piecey today. She gets quite broad in her shoulder, and when she gets out on the move, we just like to give her a little more flex on those back hocks when you really analyze when this female gets out and moves, but one that you definitely got to appreciate for that length of body and skull shape and that big top that she has on her. So really nice set of females to start our purebred female show.
You bet, folks. Don't be afraid to acknowledge these kids for the work that they're putting into coming out here. So leading off in first place here is 139, Madison Robertson with EMF HR Naomi. In second place and also coming back for calf champion is 141, Lillian Seward with Amaglen Miss Nyla. In third place is Haley Debenham with EMF Nevada. Fourth, Laura Seward with Amaglen Nellie Joe. Fifth, Sawyer Belanger with BLCC Burning Heart. And rounding out the class is Abby Staples with BLCC N710 Duchess. We'll now have the second split of the heifer calves, second and final split coming in 2 Januaries, 3 Februaries. Less than a month difference in age. Leading off will be Addison Lawrence with Amaglen Norma Jean. Second is Cody Staples with BLCC N4 Crybaby. Third in is Josie Belanger with BLCC N133 Sequoia. In fourth is Mila Cairns with SGL New Era. And rounding out this split is Adam Post with DBCC Naya. We'll have Aaron make comments on decisions in this split.
Really beautiful set of females we have in the ring here, and one thing I really love about each one of these females is their breed character. You can look at each one of these and really tell they are a Limousin female, and I think that's, like I mentioned in our last class, that is a really important piece in our beef industry right now, is to have some breed recognition. We started the class with the female toss, just puts the most pieces together. Like I said, we're going to preach structure today, and for us, she's the most flexible, she's the nicest in her angles, and you know what, She's a beautiful heifer. She hits you right when she gets in the ring. There is more powerful, thicker made females in this class, there's no doubt. But for us, we just see her making the best cow down the road and the one that's going to last the longest. We love the depth of body that she has through her rib. She's got enough thickness for us here today. Like I said, there are some thicker females as we carry on down the line, but we feel that she has some adequate thickness to start our class here today. In second place here, this is the power heifer of our class. We love how big hip this heifer, how wide top she is, but yet she's still very feminine. We love the head that she's got on her. She looks like she's got some maturity, and she's going to be a really powerful cow down the road. Where we'd like to change her is how when she gets out on the move. We'd like to free those hind wheels up when she gets out around the ring today, and we just like to give a little more heel, especially in those front twos for us to place above that heifer in first place. In third place, we have a heifer that's a very feminine heifer. We love the head on her, a big topped heifer. She's long bodied, straight in her lines, just gives up a little bit of the bone when you compare to the females above her. And we'd just like to, once again, she could be freed up just a tick on those hind legs, not to be too heavy on that, but I feel like she could just be freed up a little bit. Moving to this dark red heifer, another one of the power females in the class. Like I said, we love the top this heifer has on her, the length of body she has. We just like to settle that tail head down. She gets a little bit coarser in her teat size and shape, and we just like to free her up in those hind wheels, that hind leg structure. We just like to tidy up a little bit for her to place higher, but a heifer that, like I said, you really got to love for how much power this heifer has in her frame. Rounding out our class is a very good-footed, feminine type of female, one though that she just gets outpowered here today. And you know, we'd like to settle that tail head down into that hip a little bit and level that hip off when you compare, especially those couple heifers that start our class, but one that you definitely want to appreciate, that she comes to us fairly green today and ready to go out and be a cow down the road and should have some longevity in her. But really nice second split of heifer calves here that we've got in the ring.
You bet. Congrats and thanks, Aaron, for those comments. Leading off this class, 136 is Adam Post with DBCC Naya 24N. For those of you keeping score, that is the donation heifer. That is, they're selling tickets on here today, so make sure you get in on that heifer. In second place, 143, Cody Staples with BLCC N4 Crybaby. In third, Addison Lawrence, Amaglen Norma Jean. In fourth is Mila Cairns with SGL New Era. And rounding out the class, Josie Belanger with BLCC Sequoia. So coming back in for calf champion now, we'll have Madison Robertson out of the first split with EMF HR Naomi, and as well as Lillian Seward coming back with Amaglen Miss Nyla. And out of this last split is Adam Post with DBCC Naya 24N, as well as Cody Staples with BLCC N4 Crybaby. This is for calf champion and reserve. Calf champion presented by Eden Meadows, reserve by Boulder Land and Cattle. So if we can have a representative from those firms, please come to present the banners, would be much appreciated.
I think these young showmen in the ring deserve a round of applause for the four females we have back in the ring here today. As we get into some of these bigger classes, I hope you start to see kind of what we're selecting for. Like I said, we're big on soundness and structure, so as we go along, we're going to find the cattle that for us fit that the best from what we're presented. We're going to look for some females with some femininity, but at the same time, the Limousin breed is known for their muscle shape and their length of body, and so we're looking for that too. Like I said, we need some breed character in these cattle, and so these females that we have in the ring for us really exemplify that. They've got some depth of body to them. They've got some femininity, some length, and these are the type of females that we're going to be looking for here today. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Joe. He's going to go out and select our champion and reserve champion heifer calf for today's show.
Thank you, Aaron. Your heifer calf champion is 139, Madison Robertson. And reserve is 136, Adam Post. With the donation heifer was reserve calf champion. So like the banners for champion heifer calf from Eden Meadows, reserve from Boulder Land and Cattle. So if you guys want to head to the backdrop, get your pictures taken, we sure appreciate it, so we can keep this show moving along. Okie dokie, we're going to get right on into our junior yearling division coming in now. Junior yearling heifers. April heifers coming. We have an August and a September. Leading in will be 101, Rachel Black. Loyal Line, Mockingjay. Rachel's, of course, from Ontario. Reuben Post coming in with K. Axley, Montana. An April heifer. Rosemary Belanger coming in with BLCC M21. She's the one. She is a BLCC M60 Miss 6. She be a September 20th heifer calf. Oh, I've been corrected. I made a little mistake. That's Clara Carey, not Sierra. I guess as we get halfway through this show here, I'd be remiss if I did not again acknowledge our sponsors that we've had for this show here today. A huge thank you to all of them for the different levels of sponsorship. Each one played a very, very integral role in the success of this show, and we sure do appreciate the fact that you did help out the juniors who help out our future. So thank you again to all sponsors. Let's show some recognition to the sponsors. I think also we should thank Jill for being with us again. Jill Renton comes to every junior show that I've been to for the last few years and has been taking all the flicks and the pictures and as a sponsorship, I believe, and we sure do thank her and recognize her for the work that she puts in for the juniors. Thanks, Jill. We'll have comments from Joe.
A ton of variety in this set of junior yearling females, and so that gives Aaron and I an added layer of challenge as we analyze birth dates and type and kind. We're going to start the class with a female that's just 11 months old, but she's so balanced and feminine. We appreciate the foot structure and udder design under that female perhaps more than anybody else in the class. There's a female that for us, she's not overwhelming in any particular way, but she puts the most pieces together in the most correct package. We appreciate her through her front third and her skull design, and the way she blends shoulder back into forerib is really attractive enough for us for a heifer of that age. And she's one for us, like I said, she does the most things right in this group. Just the September-born female to start, and then all the way up to an April. So we analyzed some performance differences and things like that with the dark red heifer in second. There's a heifer we really appreciate once she's parked. She's deep-bodied, she's bold-ribbed, she's plenty good over her top. We like the way her loin blends back to her hook to pin set. There's a heifer, we'd love to give her some more flexibility off of her hind wheels as she gets on the go. She's a little bit restricted in her movement as she comes out of her hock. And to move her higher, we'd just love to see her get freed up. The same could be said on the opposite end for the heifer that's turning in third. There's the high-performing, big weight per day of age type of female. We love that about her. Where we'd change this heifer is that front shoulder design and construction. She gets quite straight in her shoulder. That puts the point of her knee out further than we'd like it to be, and that makes her tippy toes drive down into the mud before anything else. If you watch this heifer get and go, she doesn't step down with authority on those front feet. She drives those front toes forward and into the mud before anything else, and that's all because of the shoulder construction on this female. Like I said, we love the body on that heifer. If you could make a cow herd like that one, man, you'd be off to the races. We love that about her, but we'd like to redesign those front wheels. The heifer that rounds out our class is one that simply gets outgunned when it comes to weight per day of age and performance and those other things. She slopes a little bit from her hook to pin set for us today, and we'd love to do a redesign on her front feet if we could, but we love the front third in this female. She's a long-bodied and attractive female with a lot of breed character, but we'd love to tidy up those front toes and give her some additional heel to move her up in this group of females today. It's a nice group of junior females, and I believe that's your division winners. Wayne says I'm right.
You bet. You bet. That is our division and junior yearling champion is 105. Clara Carey with BLCC Miss 60, Miss 6. And receiving the banner from Hard Rock Land and Cattle Company, I think Madison Robertson is there to present the banner. And reserve champion will be 101, Rachel Black, Loyal Line Mockingjay, receiving the banner from Hillside Farm. Presume that Ben will make that presentation. In third is Reuben Post with K. Axley, Montana. And fourth place, Rosemary Belanger with BLCC Miss 21, She's the One. That rounds out our junior yearlings. We're going to get started into a very, very competitive and strong senior yearling division. I believe we have 3 splits coming up. We got about 25 head that we're going to sort through in the next 3 splits. So it's going to be some challenges for the judges and some really good cattle coming forward. I presume everybody ringside thinks that we have a lot of downtime here while we're taking pictures and stuff, but these are great mementos for the kids to take home with them, and I think it's deserving that we do spend some time, let them get something to take home. Okie dokie, we're going to get started into the senior yearling division here now, where the cheese will get a little more binding for these boys, I think. So we're going to start off with, and these are going to, they're all January calves. There's a 1 week difference in age. 111, Vanderdick coming in with Greenwood Alley. 109, Vivian De La Cruz with Opal's Moonstone. 126, Emily Lawrence, 777, Mockingjay, 1M. 125, Whitney LeBuc, RPY Paynes Madeline, 9M. 97, Roland Belanger, BLCC, Miss 360, Pillow Talk. 144, Sam Stewart, Hillview Morning Glory. And rounding out this class is 102, Cole Bodell, GHR, Polled Mikey. We'll have comments on this merry-go-round from Aaron.
Really powerful set of Limousin females we have here in the ring, and I said it before, and it might sound like a broken record, but what we really appreciate about every one of these females is their breed character. It's really nice to see that you can look at each one of these females and you know they're a Limousin female, and that's really neat to see. We're going to start our class with two females that we thought come to the top of the class quite easily. They're slightly different types of females. We decided to start the class with a female we thought she's just a little softer made. She's a little smoother shouldered when you compare her to this big dark red heifer. We really like the femininity she has. Is she getting on the verge of maybe a little too much condition for us here today? Yes. But for us, we feel like she's carrying that condition well enough for us today, but we definitely wouldn't want any more condition on her moving forward, that's for sure. The heifer in second place, we really like the condition this heifer comes to us in. She's fresh enough, but yet she's still ready to be here. We love the length of body she has. She's super level over her top line and her hip shape. We love the neck extension she has. When you compare to the heifer above her, we could drop her down on her flank a little bit. Definitely would not call this heifer tight made by any means, but when you compare to that soggy heifer in front of her, we could change that about her. We'd also just like to, she just tends to open up a tick more in her front shoulder when you compare to that first place heifer, but definitely not to take away from a heifer that we really, really like. We move now to a female that, to be honest, when she came in the ring, she's not one that hits us hard. She's a female that you really got to get up and analyze close, and she has the least wrong with her, I guess, is what a good way to talk about this female is. She's good enough footed for us today. She's dropping an udder that's good enough for us. She's got some length of body. We'd like to clean her up in her front end a little bit. She's getting a little cresty for us, and we'd like to give her a little more femininity when you compare her with a lot of the other heifers in the class. But one for us does enough right to put her into third hole. The heifer in fourth place here, she tracks very similarly in this class to the heifer above her. One that we love for the length of body, how straight topped she is, how big topped she is. When you compare to that heifer above her, though, we just like to clean up that the coarseness of her teat. She's got a little wider teat underneath her. They're a little closer together when you compare to that heifer above her, and that what drops her into fourth place in comparison to the heifers above her. The last three heifers we have in our class here, all three heifers that we really like the power that they have, the sogginess, all heifers that are starting to push it on condition, but for us today the main reason that they place into 5th, 6th, and 7th is because of foot quality. We're going to push some structure pieces today, and it's so important for us and everyone in the beef industry, whether you're a small operator or a big operator, that these cattle can be out and trouble-free and can last a long time. And we just have some struggle with the foot quality on these three females. Out of these three, we decided to go with this darker female, the one that's got a really nice udder dropping underneath her. We like the length of body to her. She's super, super soggy, just a tank of a female that fits into that hole quite nicely. They have this big top blonde heifer that we have next in our class here. She's definitely pushing the limits on where we like to see these females for condition this time of year. She's starting to get a little pushed out in that chest, and as these heifers get bigger, those flaws that go down to the ground definitely start to show up a little bit, and we see that in this heifer. We'd like to clean up that foot structure on her, like I said, but you know what, we do love the length of body that she has on her, and a beautiful udder coming underneath this female. To round out the class, we have a deep-sided heifer that we really appreciate that much about her. When we compare to the heifers above her, we just like to clean up that teat size. They're getting a little close and a little longer for us here today when you compare to the heifers above her, but not to take away from the depth of body that she has, and she has some femininity, but just a few things that we'd like to clean up about this heifer when you compare to the ones above. But a really nice uniform, impressive set of females here to start off our senior yearlings.
Joey didn't do his notes. Hang on, guys. Just hang on. Joey didn't do his notes. He was doing showmanship tips instead. Okay, coming out of this split, lot 102, Cole Bodell, GR pulled Mitchie. Where's that Bodell kid? Did I say it right that time? Mitchie. And second place, Vanderdick, Greenwood Alley, 701M. In third, Sam Stewart, Hillview Morning Glory 406. Fourth, Emily Lawrence, 777 Mockingjay. Fifth, Vivian De La Cruz, Opal Moonstone. In sixth, Whitney LeBuc, RPY Payne's Mandolin. And in seventh, Roland Belanger with BLCC 360 Pillow Talk. That's the end of the first split. We got another split coming in here now with 3, 6, 7, 8, I guess. Okay, coming in first is Carson Zwombag, DBCC Midnight Mess Around. 122, Jocelyn Kennedy, DBCC VLE May West 5M. 123, Austin Kishkan, Pinnacles Meet Me Halfway. 141, Lillian Seward, Amaglen Miss Molly. 145, Ryland Verbeek, Hillview Mystic. 124, Andy Kishkan, RG's Make It Tender. 140, Laura Seward, Amaglen Moonbeam. And rounding out this split is Lucas Zwombag, SGL Miami 4M. Comes Aaron with his comments on this split.
A group of heifers here that at first glance there's some similarities, but there's also some big stretches in terms of how these heifers are put together, and really that's what it came down to when we were placing these females. That black heifer that started our class, we found pretty easily to put in that hole. She's good-footed, she's good-uddered, she's balanced enough, she's got lots of volume to her. There are prettier heifers in the class, there's no doubt, but a heifer for us that does the most things right. And when we're looking for females, we need ones that are going to last a long time and just are really well-balanced, traded type of females, and that's the one that does it that best for us here today. In second place, this heifer, she's impressive in terms of a frame score, how much power that she can pack into that frame score. She is super wide. She is great big ribbed. We would like to, tidy her up in that shoulder a little bit. She does tend to get a little bit out of her skeleton when she gets on the move, but for us in this class, she's sound enough for us to sit into that second hole. And like I said, if you could put that much volume and thickness in a female in a frame score like that, you know what, we'd love to do that all day. We move now into the third and fourth heifers that are two that I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching maybe didn't have pegged to be sitting that high in the class. The simple fact is they are the greenest heifers in this class. They aren't the most powerful, but what they are is sound and good uddered. That's what we like about both these females. The black heifer, she's, like I said, one that didn't hit us very hard when she came in, but she is good-footed. We love the udder this heifer's dropping. She's got enough depth of body right from that chest back through that flank. She's got some thickness to her. Would we like to tidy up her skull shape a little bit, especially when you compare her to the heifers that stand on either side of her? Sure, we would, but a heifer that I think's got a ton of longevity in her, and one that especially when you compare in terms of what flesh she has on her compared to the other heifers in the class, fits into that third hole for us quite nicely today. Now we've got the dark red heifer here. This is the feminine heifer. We love the front end on her, or the front third on this female. She really comes out of that shoulder nicely. Beautiful head on her. Like we said, she is a little greener when you compare to some of the females. She's maybe one of the lower performing type of females in the class, but she's sound, and she's got a beautiful udder dropping underneath her. So like I said, maybe one of the females that doesn't get hit you as hard, but a female that I think has got a long life ahead of her, and that's why she places above the females below her. The female that's circling here now in fifth spot, one that you can just tell is going to have one beautiful udder coming. We love the placement of those teats. We love that teat size that she has. A long-bodied, feminine type of female. Just when she gets out on the move, we like to change up those hind wheels. She tends to get underneath herself. She tends to get a little narrower based. So that's why we had to where we were a little harder on her today. But she's definitely got that look and eye appeal that the heifers higher in the class would love to have, but like I said, we're going to be hard on structure here today, and that's why she finds herself into fifth place. This is in sixth place here, a bigger frame female, the long-bodied feminine type of female. We do like that. We do appreciate the soundness that this heifer has. We just like to soften her up when you compare to the females above her. She gets quite tight, and we just like to tidy up that teat size when you compare, especially to that heifer above her. Moving on to the big black heifer here, one that, man, is she a long-bodied heifer. This is an impressive female in terms of the length of body that she has, but still has some depth of body as well. It's hard to get females that are this long, both in their spine and in their hip, and still have that flank underneath them. Once again, where we struggle with this female is when she gets out on the move. She tends to roach up on us. She doesn't have that flexibility in those hind wheels that we appreciate in some of the females higher above, and just like to tidy up that teat size ever so slightly. Certainly not in the realm of being real bad, but we definitely are going to be hard on her that today. Rounding off the class is a female that she's a tough female to judge for us here today, in terms of there's some things that we absolutely love about this female, but some things that we just can't get around. When you look at the body that this heifer has, the hip shape that this heifer has, we really like her. But where we struggle with her is on that front end. She gets quite straight shouldered, and that's forcing that top line up. This young lady does a really, really nice job of managing that. She's constantly working to get that heifer's top line leveled out, and she does as good a job as she can. But the fact is, this heifer just roaches up a little bit too much for us today, and that just comes from that shoulder angle, and that of course then carries down to the ground, and she starts to turn turn out on those front feet. So, like I said, a female that is very polarizing in terms of she's got some things that we love, but some other things that we just can't get behind. And for that reason, she's going to round out her class here today. So, congratulations, a really fun group of females to judge.
Thank you, Aaron. Leading off in first place here is Austin Kishkan with Pinnacles Meet Me Halfway, 24M. In second is Andy Kishkan, RG's Make It Tender, 6M. In third, Laura Seward, Amaglen Moonbeam. In 4, Carson Zwambag, DBCC Midnight Mess Around. In 5th, Lillian Seward, Amaglen Miss Molly. 6th is Lucas Zwambag, SGL Miami 4M. In 7, Ryland Verbeek, Hillview Mystic 401M. And rounding out the class is Jocelyn Kennedy, DBCC VLE May West 5M. The first two will be, of course, coming back to vie for the Senior Yearling Championship. We'll work into our third and final split of the senior heifers coming in here. These are the younger heifers. We got end of January, 2 of them, 3 Februarys, and 3 Marches. Coming in first is Haley Debenham with EMF Monroe. Second, 112, Thayer Dick, Daisy, 12M. 113, Sadie Eklund, SGL Mayflower, 10M. We're going to have a change in your program here. Coming in next will be 116, Keely Halverson with Quality Melinda, 18M. Next will be 135, Kaylee Post, K. Axley Mayflower. 148, Owen Zwambag, DBCC VLE Morning Mist. And next change we got will be 138, Emma Qualley, coming in with Quality Margaret. And rounding out this will be division is 129, Caden Martin with Lazy A, My Kind of Trouble. One other thing I think that's pretty neat about this junior show here today or this week is the fact of the senior board of directors taking part here and being here to help out and cheer on our juniors. We got Chad Homer's here. He's president this year of the Canadian Limousin Association. We got Dave Lawrence, vice president. We got Michael Mackin, our treasurer. Ashton Hewson, of course. I think we all know what Ashton's put into this. Past president, not with us today, and I think he's the only one that is not with us today, is Tyler Stewart. Travis Hunter is here as well. Wyatt Dick is here, and again, been a big part of the success of this show. And then, of course, we have Terry Hepper, who came on board as an appointed director this year, just a couple months ago. So really nice to see that the board is here to support. I'd say if anybody has anything that accolades or bitches that you want to bring forward, you got your board here to do it. So have at her. Boys have got them all parked. Here we are with some reasons.
We just took an extra minute here and got these cattle spread out a little bit more so these kids have an opportunity to really exhibit their heifers to the best of their ability. A really fun set of heifers to judge here. We started the class with a female that we love so much about. This is a true Limousin female. When I picture when she's on the stand still, what I think of, you know what, if I want a herd of Limousin females, this is what I picture. She's big top, she's big middled, she's got lots of power to her, but not too much frame. I do appreciate the fact that this breed you have drove your cow frame size down a hair, not losing that power, just getting a little closer to the ground, and that's what I really like about this female. You know what, if we got really picky on her when she hits the ground, we like to hit that ground a little truer. She does tend to turn just a little bit, but for us today, it's definitely within reason, but that would be the first thing we'd change about this female, not to take away from a female that we really like a lot about. The body that she has, the way that front third is constructed, we really, really like this female. Into second place here, a female that's very different than our first place female. One, though, that she's maybe not as powerful, but one that is sound. She's a really attractive female, a beautiful udder coming underneath her. She doesn't have quite that hip shape that when you compare to that heifer above her, but one that we like a lot of pieces of, and it's just going to be a gorgeous cow as she matures. Into third and fourth, these are two females that we really went back and forth, and just depending on your preference between these two females on which way you'd want to go, we decided to go with that powerful heifer in third hole. One that we love the bone that she has on her. We love the foot quality that she has underneath her. I would actually say probably the best footed female in this class. Would we like to clean up that navel a little bit? Sure, we would. And you know what, we'd maybe like to balance her up a bit, and free her up a little bit on those hind wheels. But they're just some very small nitpicky things that we were hard on her, and that what threw her into third hold for us here today. In fourth place, a female that I especially really liked when they came in the ring. We love the balance of this heifer. She's deep chested right back to that flank. She's very straight in her lines. She's feminine and attractive. A lot of things we really love about her. Where we'd start with her is we'd like to make a bigger foot. We feel that the structure is okay. We just like to get a little bit bigger foot underneath this female and just a touch more heel when you compare to the females above her. But what we do appreciate is, those feet come to us here untrimmed, which, you know what, we don't mind trimming and show cattle. We can judge past that, but we do appreciate the fact that they come to us in the raw here today, and we do like that about her. In fifth place here, a female that is just very different type when you compare to the other females in the class. What we'd like to change about her first would give her some more breed character. Commercial producers look to the Limousin breed to improve some performance and power, and this female just isn't that female. We love the body that she has to her. We love the Springer rib. She's got a nice skull shape to her. She just gets simply outpowered by the females above her. She's sound enough for us today. We'd like to try the upper foot just a little bit, but that's being awful picky on her, and a female that we just love the udder that's coming underneath her, and one that, if we were judging a multi-breed class, she could side up a little bit, but like I said, we're in a Limousin show here today, and we're going to be hard on her for just being outpowered from the females above her. We move into three females here that on the opposite side, we love the breed females. They're long bodied, they're big top, they're big hipped, and those are things that the Limousin breed is known for, and that's what we love about them. This black heifer, just like what I said, we love how long-bodied she is. She's thick. She's got a lot of chest to her. We'd love to just drop that flanklet down a little bit. We'd love to clean that foot quality up a little bit. But a female that you got to love her power. And really, when you have that much power, she is quite well balanced. Dark red heifer here, another one of the power heifers in the class. We love the top on her. We love the teat size that are coming under this female. She does have good foot quality, but we're just going to need to free her up in those hind wheels. We have a little bit of a challenge. She's not loving being out here today, and sometimes that's just the way that females are. Not all of them love being show cows, and she's one that's quite obviously doesn't love this, but you know what? There's a lot of good in this heifer. We just, first of all, love to free her up in those hind wheels. It'd be interesting, though, to see her on a day when she was a little little more cooperative to see exactly how she got out on the move. Rounding out our class is a female, long-bodied, big-hipped female. We'd love to soften this female up. She's feminine enough for us here today, but where we decided to round our class off is just fun foot quality. Like I said, we appreciate the fact that she came here for us today without being trimmed, but at the same time, we would really like to change up that foot structure on her when you compare to the heifers above her. But really fun split of heifers here, and if I'm not mistaken, this would be our final split of senior yearling heifers here today. So we're super excited about the 6 females that we're going to have coming back for our final drive on these yearlings.
You betcha. Rounding out the senior yearling division, first place, Caden Martin with Lazy A, My Kind of Trouble in 129. In second place, 110, Haley Debenham, EMF Monroe, 407. In third, Sadie Eklund, SGL Mayflower, 10M. In fourth, Owen Zwombag, DBCC VLE Morning Mist, 32M. In fifth, Kaylee Post, K. Axley Mayflower, 86M. In sixth, Thayer Dick, Daisy, 12M. In seventh is 138, Emma Qualley with Quality Margot, 17M. And rounding out the class is 116, Keely Halverson with Quality Melinda, 18M. We're now going to have our senior yearling division, and like Aaron said, there will be 6 coming in to vie for this championship, 6 outstanding females. Champion senior yearling will be presented the banner by Circle T Limousin. We have Caitlin Tedford here to present that, and reserve champion senior yearling will be RG Farms banner, and I guess somebody will find a presenter for that. Of course, we have in the ring from the first split, Cole Bodell, GHR, Pold Mitchie, and Vander Dick, Greenwood Alley, 701M. Second split, Austin Kishkan with Pinnacles Meet Me Halfway, 24M. And then Andy Kishkan with RG's Make It Tender. And then from the final split, Caden Martin, Lazy A, My Kind of Trouble, and Haley Debenham with EMF Monroe. Thank you, Aaron. There you have it. Your champion senior yearling is 102. Owned and shown by Cole Bodell, GHR Pold Mitchie. Followed up in reserve by 129. This is Caden Martin with Lazy A, My Kind of Trouble. Congrats to you all there. It's great job of showing out here. A great set of heifers that come forward, as Aaron said in his comments. Circle T, Caitlin Tedford presenting the champion banner and reserve champion banner going to coming from RG Farms. So thank you to our sponsors of this strong division. We got two smaller cow-calf classes that'll come in right after we have a short picture break here, and then we're getting close to winding up this show. Okay, those photos are done. We're going into our 2-year-old cow-calf pairs coming in. We got 3 of them coming to you here today, guys. We got a March 2-year-old. We got, no, January, and January 2-year-olds coming to you. Calves are January 19th, January 16th, and January 5. First into the ring, Whitney LeBuke with Triple J Lovely Lady, and she's got Triple J Nitro at her side. Madison Robertson coming in with RPY Payne's Lila, and she's got on her side EMF HR Naomi, and Andy Kishkan, Pinnacles Laugh It Up 5L with Pinnacles No Joke at side. Comments on our 2-year-old class from Joe.
First of all, to anyone who's brought out a cow-calf pair before, you certainly know the level of work and commitment it takes to have these pairs out, and our hats off to these members for doing so with these 2-year-olds. There's never a harder time to show a cow than a 2-year-old. It's when she's coming into her own as a mama. She's still almost a baby herself, and to keep the cows in the level of condition that these 3 are is certainly something that Aaron and I applaud a great deal. When we get into the pairs, we really start to have the real luxury of splitting bits and pieces and tiny differences in hair type and things like that. And so we're going to start the class with the black pair that for us is the most similarly matched. They're such a functional pair. We love that heifer calf earlier in the day, and she patterns so similarly after her mama. Mama's tidy uttered, she's good footed, she's sound on the move. If we were to critique that mama, we'd love to soften her rear teat if we could. She's just a little coarser in the rear teat than the front, but that's a really beautiful pair and a very logical place for us to start this class. Then we come to the red cow, who lands into that hole because of sound, functional, foundational pieces. We're big on feet, and we've preached feet all day, and there's a cow with a beautiful foot. She's got a sound enough udder. We would love to put more fore udder into that mama cow, but she's certainly doing a nice job in terms of production on that bull calf. I would not say that the bull calf is an improvement in generation over mama, but she's doing a nice job in terms of pounds per weight per day of age. The cow that rounds out our class is one that you love the condition that these cattle are in. That cow is obviously very easy doing and easy feeding. That said, we'd love to put more baby in front of this mama cow to compete up higher. These calves are all the same age within a week or two, and so we'd love to put some more baby in front of this mama. And if we're going to be nitpicky on that mama, we need to tidy up the rear feet on that mama cow. She wants to roll off that show side hind foot, and you can see the difference in claw shape on the hind foot to this mama, and we'd love to change that about her. So a really nice class of 2-year-olds. Like I said, a real luxury for Aaron and I to have the opportunity to split hairs on these really great first-time mamas.
Thank you, Joey. Leading off in first place is 139, Madison Robertson, with RPY Payne's Lila and EMF HR Naomi at her side. In second place, Whitney LeBuke with Triple J Lovely Lady and with Nitro at her side. And then rounding out the class, Andy Kishkan with Pinnacle's Laugh It Up with Pinnacle's No Joke at her side. Real nice set of 2-year-olds. Now we'll go into our all coming in our 3-year-olds, guys, in the mature division. All 3-year-olds, all with January calves at side. Leading the way in is Laura Seward with Amma Glenn Kelly Joe, and she has Amma Glenn Nellie Joe at her side. Coming in next will be Vander Dick with Greenwood Farewell 66K, coming in with Jetstream Conspiracy 12 in, and then Cole Bodell will round out the class with GHR Poled Calypso with GHR NASCAR at her side. We want to thank Cedar Hain and Naomi Best for helping out in the ring here today. They've been here all day helping out the kids, helping keep the show moving along. And trying to keep somewhat of assortment in the classes when they come in. So thanks, Naomi and Cedar, for your assistance today. Champion Senior banners will be presented by Quality to the Champion Senior Female and the Reserve Champion Senior Female. The banners do come from 777 Cattle Company. We'll have comments from Aaron on these senior placings.
As people that typically go out and show up here in the fall, we certainly know how much work it takes to get these females to this point, and especially when you get these mature females, three-year-olds here in the class. So I think these young showmen in the ring deserve a round of applause for all the work they put into these projects. We're going to start our class with a female that we just felt came to the top of the class quite easily for us today in terms of those foundational pieces we've been talking about all day. We love the foot quality underneath this cow. She's sound. We love the condition that she comes to us in. Of course, we'd like to tidy up that udder a hair, but it's definitely sound and functional enough for us today. But if we could just tidy up that rear suspension, we would love to, but that's being awfully nitpicky on a nice cow. And she's doing a bang-up job on that January 1st calf that she's got in front of her there. When that's definitely got a lot of power and performance in him, and like I said, the type of bull calf that people look to the Limousin breed to produce. In our second place here, a cow that comes just a little greener. That is a challenge for her in this class. She's definitely in her working clothes, but she's putting a lot into that calf in front of her. But when you really analyze her, we love the structure of her. Even when you compare her to the female above her, we actually prefer the hip shape to her. She's a little bit leveler over those hooks to pins when you compare her to our first place cow. Long-bodied female. She's got a good enough foot under her. The udder quality underneath her, you know what? We love that fore udder. We'd like to tighten up that back rear udder a little bit, but you know what? That fore udder we really like, and definitely a functional cow there in second place that is doing a bang-up job with that heifer calf in front of her. Rounding out our class as a female, once again, comes to us in nice condition. We like the condition this female comes to us in. A nice big strap and bull calf in front of her. We'd just like to tidy up those feet. We'd like to strengthen up that fore and rear udder if we were getting real picky. But at the end of the day, a functional udder for sure. A cow, though, that we like for the depth of body that she has. She's got a level hip to her. She's straight in her lines. Just a cow that just feeds off of our top two females nicely in terms of just a good solid cow. But like I said, in order for her to place a little higher, we just like to tidy up that foot structure. But a really awesome set of mature cows here for the Limousin show.
You bet. And thanks, Aaron. And coming back and vying for senior champion female will be 102 Cole Bedell with GHR Pulled Calypso and NASCAR. And in second place is 140 Laura Seward with Amaglen Kelly Joe with Nellie Joe at her side. So the two 2-year-olds, 2 3-year-olds will come back in for your senior champion female. Just for the marshals out there, I think probably what we should do is we'll do the senior champion female and then go right on into grand. So if you can have them lined up, that would be awesome. Okay, here we have our winning 2-year-old, Madison Robertson, with RPY Payne's Lila and Naomi at her side with Triple J Lovely Lady and Nitro at her side. Following in from the mature class is Cole Bedell with Pulled Calypso and NASCAR, and then Kelly Joe and Nellie Joe from Laura Seward. Oh, we dang near got through it, Joey.
I promise we've gone as fast as we can. Again, our hats off to these young members that have brought out pairs. This is a tremendous set of females. We've talked them all quite a lot in class, and so we're going to let Aaron go ahead and pick your champion, followed by your reserve.
There you go. Our senior champion is our winning 2-year-old, 139 from Madison Robertson with Naomi at her side, followed in reserve by 102 from Cole Bedell with Calypso and NASCAR. Congrats to you all. And those banners, the Quality Limousin presented the champion senior female reserve champion from 777 Cattle Limited. We're now going to line up for the grand finale to have the champion, grand champion of the whole show lined up to ready to come back in. So this should be quite a finale when it's all said and done. Following this, don't forget we have the showmanship competition going to take place. The alumni charity showmanship is going to take place. I think it's going to take place in the next ring down, though, right? In the bigger ring, I think is what I heard. So we got quite a list of people going to line up for this deal here. So should be quite a deal. Okay, coming in here now is our, we got our reserve. Here. No. Champion heifer calf is on the pair. Reserve champion heifer calf 136 there by Adam Post is in there, and our junior yearling champions are in 105 from Clara Carey and 101 from Rachel Black. And then our champion senior yearlings are in. That's 102. That's Cole Bodell, and the reserve is 129, Caden Martin. And then our champion pair coming up here now, 139 from Madison Robertson, followed in reserve by Cole Bodell. So there's quite a set of females that the boys have got for us to in the championship drive. Of course, the grand champion banner is presented by Payne Livestock. If we could have Rocky or Debbie and or both come and present, that would be nice. And Post Haven Limousin doing the reserve grand champion. So John and your outfit, if you could come and do that. A little while ago I introduced the board to you, but one of the people that I didn't introduce and probably should have had at the start of the deal was Laura Eklund. Laura, our CLA manager, has been there for quite a few years now. Done a hell of a job. She's kept all the boards that I've been involved with in order, and I presume that she's still doing that. So, Laura, thank you for all you do. And keeping the board in order. Here's Joe.
You know, I got to tell you, when Aaron and I agreed to this, we were on the phone with Ashton one day, and he said we were working together with our Junior Gelve show and our Junior Limousin show, and they told us they were getting tents, and I assumed that meant we would be under one. And so I'd like to file a grievance, and with that grievance comes our sincere gratitude and our sincere thanks. This has been an opportunity that Aaron and I have just been so honored to take on today. And I got to tell you something, and I know it's raining and you guys are out here and you're saying, wrap it up, you're long-winded, move it. But we're going to take a minute here because I think this is the last time you'll hear from us. And this is a message for kids under the tent and in the barns and parents who are helping these kids get where they need to be. Aaron and I were the kids in this ring. And I'll be very honest with you, we maybe never thought that we would be given the opportunity to judge and sort a group of national cattle. To be able to judge a national junior show is a true honor for us. It's something that we certainly do not take lightly. And I'll tell you what, dreams do come true. And this is one for us. To judge a national junior show is just the hugest deal. And to do it surrounded by people that we hold in such high regard. There's people here today that we consider mentors, that we consider friends, and we're truly honored and just blessed beyond measure to have this opportunity. I want to tell you quickly about a conversation that we have at our house all the time. We talk about legacy. It's no secret that Aaron and I will not be having our own children. And so we take every opportunity we have to spend time with young people and to help create better human beings. These cattle are simply the vehicle to the people. The relationships that these young people have formed this week and through their careers in these junior programs, I can promise you will lead you for the remainder of your days. We talk a lot about legacy in terms of what we can do to make this a better industry, a better world, and a better place for future generations to come up, because this does not end with us. It goes far beyond today. It goes far beyond this rainstorm that we've been praying for in southern Saskatchewan for nearly a decade. We are grateful for it. But I'll tell you what, this legacy piece is a big deal for us. And if any moment today we've had an impact on a young person that made them maybe fueled for the future, made them want to think about some things differently or try something different down the road, then we've done our job. Parents, when your kids come to you with some harebrained scheme and they say, I think we should try this, and your first gut instinct is say you're nuts, I hope you'll say, let's give it a shot. Let's try it. You will make better people as we move forward. This has been a true honor. I am honored to stand in the rain with you. It means so much to Aaron and I. And yes, for those of you in the ring, I'll shut up now. Aaron, let's find some champions.
Thank you, Joey. And there she is, your champion female, 139 from Madison Robertson. And your reserve female is going to be 102, Cole Bedell. Cole, you took the wrong one, didn't you? So, there we have the end of that, of the show. Who wants to do pictures now? So coming up, that what's supposed to follow this is the CGLA annual charity showmanship competition. Here's the show program manager, Ashton, going to tell us about it.
Juniors, just go to the barn. It's just a quick storm. Joey talked long enough. We're halfway through it. So, yeah, this hold tight for the time being.